Hey everybody, thanks for joining us. So we're doing the angels of the four elements, that and also Metatron, which is essence. So with the four elements, the four elements are the building blocks that we attract from the environment when we think and feel something. Like when we think something repetitively or feel something intensely, we attract the building blocks from the earth, from the energy of the earth. These would be the elements or the elementals, right? But also when we come into our body, our emotions, our mind, there's the permanent seeds. There's a permanent seed in the pineal gland, one in the physical heart, and one on the edge of the liver. That is the building blocks for our physical body, our emotional body, our mental body, and to a certain extent, our destiny. The things that happen in our life are kind of configured through these elements or elementals. And just because that's gone down, just because we have these patterns within the seeds doesn't mean that things can't be shifted. Right? Doesn't mean that our past from the repetitive thoughts or the strong emotions doesn't mean that these things can't be shifted. So a lot of times when we think of like, the idea of, oh, transformation or, things of this aspect, which would be associated with like the fire element, for example, we think about it from the point of view of the emotions or the mind. But this also plays a role in our physical health, our overall health. And the idea here is we're not trying to shift the elements or balance the elements. We're trying to break them out of a repetitive pattern that is associated with the lower nature. We're trying to make them more conductive to the essence rather than just the form. When we're stuck in the form, we're stuck in our primal drives. And degeneration, let's just say degeneration comes easy. You know, Having the body get compromised, it comes easy. When there is more of the animating factor, which is the essence, mm, the the level of healing or healing intelligence that comes in can be quite profound. And not only can it rearrange these things or make them more flexible, but it also can make them function better and do things that weren't in their like program, their original program, you could say. And so that's what we're shooting for, is we'd like to improve our health, improve our emotions, our mind, improve our potential for higher mental fat and a sense of happiness and joy and spiritualizing and evolving and deeper intuition, deeper levels of vagal tone. All of this would come with the work that we're doing today. Okay, so the very first thing we're going to do is we're going to work the Archangel Metatron. We're going to start this weekend and end this weekend with Metatron. So blends, Archangel Metatron, Metatron Premium, and then cypress, palo santo, vetiver, golden eucalyptus, camphor, mugwort, osmanthus, Siberian fir premium, poplar, ginger lily, ambrit, and frankincense. So pull out one of the oils. At Kit for purchase, I'm pretty sure it was Metatron.
Yeah, premium.
Yeah. Well, if we're gonna do it, we might as well do fancy.
I know I gotta get.
Okay, so this is what we're going to do. First, we're going to check in with ourselves. How does our body feel? How does our body feel? our emotions, our thoughts. How's everything going these last few weeks? How is things feeling? Okay. So we kind of establish a baseline by checking in with our body, our emotions, our thoughts, our last few weeks. If you want to think of your problem spots with your body or with Uncle Bob or, some form of Uncle Bob out there in the world. Okay, so you're inhaling, your awareness is on your front heart. You don't need to think about anything, you don't need to visualize anything, you don't need to set an intention. You're just following the process. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the front heart. Your awareness is on the back heart, that area between your shoulder blades, that upper back area. Your awareness is between the shoulder blades, the back heart. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Awareness is on the forehead, where the hairline is. Up here on the hairline. Excuse me. On your forehead, you're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then your back head. Your awareness is on your back head. Your awareness is on your back head. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're just being still. Just be still. You're just being still. Just being still. Mm, excuse me. Okay, now we're just going to reverse this process. So you're going to start on your back head. You're inhaling with your awareness on your back head. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your back head. Your awareness is on the back head. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the forehead. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the forehead. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, move your awareness to the back heart. How's this feeling? Your awareness is on the back heart. Move your awareness to the front heart. Your awareness is on the front heart. You're just being still. Just being still. Notice your body, your emotions, your thoughts. You're just being still. So when we do the first application, front heart, back heart, forehead, back head, we're elevating and refining the action activity part of our nervous system or the sympathetic nervous system. And then when we reverse it and we go back head, forehead, back heart, front heart, we're refining the rest and repair part of our nervous system or the parasympathetic nervous system. But we're refining them to the point where they begin to affect the mind, right? You know, our body has a big influence over the mind, that we are in fight flight, that we're in hypothetical thinking, and what about this, what about that, you know, always in survival mode, to a more relaxed state or a more organized state of mind where we begin to experience our higher faculties, our higher nature, our soul, and the way that the soul processes and stimulates our way of thinking. And so, Metatron, being the king of angels, is the angel associated with bringing essence from the other side of the veil. Based on the look on Samantha's face, I would say, yeah, you're having an experience. We're going to do another round, but like I just thought I'd give you a break and we talk it out a little bit.
Well, and it's like when you had us stop, like it's even more so.
Yeah, like so when you do it, you're like, yeah, this is nice and everything. But when you stop, like the essence, it's like you're going, okay, think of like when you're doing the process and then you reverse it, it's like you're turning on the water faucet like that whole time, like faucet, 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 turning on the faucet, and then you stop and then you go to stick your hands under the water or whatever, and then it's just like it comes. So it's good to like take like moments and let it flow for a minute, you know, and let your also let your body acclimate. this little process there. I was very obsessed with this process. I don't know, about like a year or two ago, and I was just like, gotta do another Metatron loop, like, just kept doing it, and yeah, it was pretty intense. So you're giving yourself a little bit of time to acclimate, and we are going to do another round. Very nice. How about we'll talk about it for a minute and then we'll do another round. It's a little intense, so you got to let your body like acclimate it to it. Like I'm giving you guys like a lot of just like time to sit with it. But how about we'll talk and share experiences for a moment, and then we'll do another round. It's funny watching you because that's what I look like when I do it.
It's, I mean, it's kind of crazy. Just, it was very nice going through,
Mhm.
doing the pound. You're like, oh, this is nice. But it just like you
Yeah.
said, it just feels like this, like,
Yeah. And if you think of the idea of essence, essence is going to be the thing that reorganizes form. It's going to be the thing that reorganizes the body. Um, it's going to reorganize the emotions and your thoughts in a way that's upgraded. The thing when the form, be it the body, the emotions, or mind, we're working on like the past. You're running on parameters based on the past. And even if they worked for you for a while, at some point the things that worked really well for you become degenerative. And so like, a lot of times we think of something just a very immediate, like, gotta make my body feel good, gotta make my emotions feel good, gotta make her mind feel good, right? But the thing that I would say is that sometimes we don't realize like situations. I was just having this discussion with some people that had passed through and stayed with us for a couple of days, is that like pretty much everything that I would say was good in my life, that was like, oh, this is just such a profound experience on my life, right? Um, I didn't do any of it willingly. Like not one piece. It's not like I went like, oh, I'm setting out to do this strategy and I'm going to make life better or some aspect of life better, and it didn't go well. It's like I fought it tooth and nail when it came in. And that is really indicative of being in such survival mode that any sort of like light or essence coming in the organism, body, emotions, mind, like, you know, kind of fight it tooth and nail because, you know, repetition is repetition, you know, and you know, I can go back to I mean I could tell you 15 stories right now, but one story that I think is a good one is that you know, like years ago, I was, you know, when I was young, I was really trying to make it as a healer and a therapist, and like I got it to a point. I had a full schedule. I had a nice office. I had like a 2 year waiting list. Like I mean, I was rocking it, and you know, I had a guru at the time that was still in the body, and he told me, okay, your next step is this. Like you need to do this. And you know, I am embarrassed to say that I argued with him for close to a year. You know, every time I saw him, I would like, nope, I'm not gonna do it. And you know, there came some point where you know, I was going to have to let go of the way that I set my life up. And I was already feeling like I'm stagnant. I don't want to say it was boredom because it wasn't boredom, but like I could tell, like, if I don't do anything, I'm peaking right here, right now in my life. Like, it's just, you know, things aren't going to progress if I don't, you know, take another step. And you know, it's one thing to say like, well, you know, I got myself to where I wanted to be and everything was going well, but really I was already starting to degenerate. Like I was already you know, the way that my mind was working, the way I was doing business, I was starting to get a little sloppy. I was you know, things weren't going well. Like, and that's the thing is if we look at the creative process or how goodness happens in our life, it's not by doing the same thing over and over and over forever. It might be that way for a little short bit, but at some point there has to be another step, right? There has to be a step from where you're at. And then you spend time acclimating and there's repetition and everything, but then there has to be progression. You know, life has to progress, right? And that progression is essence. That progression is life force, soul energy, whatever you want to call it. And without it, the body, the emotions, the mind, the life itself will begin to degenerate. And the idea of going through and tapping into this is just progress of life. You know, progress of life, progress of the emotions, progress of the mind, you know, progress of the soul, however you want to label it, it's progression. And when you embrace this expansion or expansion of light or progression, life continues to get good. Even though difficulties might arise, you work through them better and faster. And sometimes that might be dealing directly with difficulties, or like in the case of uh, what I'm talking about, like sometimes letting go of something that really worked for you and worked for you for a while, but at some point you've outgrown it and you have to be able to go, I'm gonna let it go. And I've gotten better at that as I've gotten older, but I wouldn't say that I'm good at it. Like I've gotten better, but eh, you know, I'm a Capricorn. I like stability wherever I go. Like I just always want stability. And so embracing something new isn't always doesn't always feel stable to me, right? But I've worked through some of that. But like when in doubt, for me, I lean on the angels. Like I'm like, ugh, left to my own devices, I probably wouldn't embrace the progression. So I work with angels and then kind of pushes me to that next level. And then I can acclimate it. And so I know I have that difficulty. I know I have that shortcoming. So in that area, I lean on the angels like, oh, take me to the next step because left to my own devices, I probably won't do it. And, so Metatron is a perfect example of this is, like when I was obsessing about it, I was like, something's got to come to the next level. And, lo and behold. So, yeah. So I mean, it's a little bit of a different way of thinking about how we do things. But just think of essence like we would with the body. Think about it for everything. It's the fuel that makes things happen. Like if something's not happening in your life, you might be running on an empty tank. You might be running on fumes. You need the essence to kind of pave the way of whatever that is. And sometimes not only does it pave the way, but it's your North Star where you go like, I'm paving the way, but I gotta go that direction. Like because you're bringing in an energy with intelligence, not just energy, or you're not just bringing in movement. It's like the energy comes in and goes, gonna go that way. That's the way you should go. And your mind goes, but why? You figure it out when you get there because, like, it's got an intelligence that's much greater than our intelligence. And so I don't know. I don't know. I hope that helps in understanding and hoping to be like a kind of guide when you work with these things. I find the angels to be incredibly profound, and so grateful that I was given this practice at such a young age, because otherwise, I'm pretty sure I would be miserable right now, left to my own devices, you know, my own chooses, all my chooses through the life. My chooser was a little broken, you know. So the angels kind of push me into areas that have been beautiful and profound. Also, I probably wouldn't have chosen it on my own. My chooser was broken. So yeah, if you haven't unmute or a share or a question, you can unmute and type in.
I mean, I don't know about other people. I did get somebody put a little sleep emoji, but
Uh,
other than that, it's
yeah,
like
yeah,
just feels like rewiring's happening.
yeah. Rewiring and like the sleep emoji. I hear you. Like a lot of times, I would do it at night. And, if I was sitting there, Samantha would go, how you feel? You okay? And I'd like laugh and go, yeah, I feel okay. But the processing would happen in my sleep. I would lay down, go to bed, and I'd wake up and I was like, oh, I had all these like crazy dreams. And you know how like you go, I'm having dreams, but the dreams are in the same neighborhood. Like they might be a little bit different, but similar characters, similar neighborhood. And then there's times where you have dreams where it's like, not only was I in a different neighborhood, I think I was in a different country. Like I was, ugh, you know, internally, you just in this space that is way beyond where your mind like does things and process. And sometimes in your dream time, you're literally going to places, but that are in the inner world. They're not in the outer world. And so they'll have a certain look or they'll have, you know, a certain feel to them. And you're processing something that's in that little realm there. But, that's the idea of astral travel. is, clairvoyance, you're developing the perception of the self. And astral travel is you're developing the perception outside of yourself. And so what starts to happen is as time goes by, you're not just thinking of Jesus, you're actually having an experience outside of yourself that you're bringing in. You're touching something and you're bringing it in. You're not just thinking of the Buddha, you're experiencing the Buddha and then you bring it back in. And so that's the idea of a lot of higher practices, is to open up these avenues. And so one of the ways of doing it is working with angels. Yeah.
Go ahead, Sonia.
Hey, Sonia.
Is essence the same as like ether or the void?
Yeah, yeah. I yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Um, I'm not sure what that means. uh,
Yeah. I don't know that intellect will be able to like touch it, but but kind of.
that's like saying maybe,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. There's so much that like the intellectual mind really can't touch here. And so, I would say experience is much better than like labeling it or talking it out.
Well, originally I learned that it was uh, earth, water, fire, air, and ether or void.
Hmm.
And so I guess I'm asking, is that
I would say that that idea of ether holds back the potential of what you could experience. So that's why I'm like, yeah, maybe, kind of. Yeah.
well, for me, ether is a type of energy,
Hmm.
and void is, well, it's not, physics wise, there's the physical and then there's the
It's not
non-physical.
so much about physics, it's about the way the mind works. So you just start labeling things, you start kind of limiting things.
I'm not talking about labeling, I'm talking about the kind of process.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to help you there.
Yeah. Somebody is asking what's in the Metatron blend. We have two Metatron blends.
Mm. Okay, so regular Metatron is Umswazi, cypress, Palo Santo, vetiver, golden eucalyptus, camphor, and mugwort. And then Archangel Metatron Premium is osmanthus, Siberian fir premium, poplar. God, this is a super fancy. So osmanthus, Siberian fir premium, poplar balsam, gingerly ambrit, and frankincense vital. My God, that's fancy.
Probably why I have a hard time forming words.
Yeah, we're good. Okay. All right, so we're going to do another round. We're still doing the same blend, the same oil. And after we kind of do this, I'm also going to tone the name for the Archangel Metatron. So you're inhaling, your awareness is on the front heart. Your awareness is on the front heart. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Oh, yeah. Your awareness is on the back heart. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the back heart, that area between your shoulder blades. Your awareness is on your forehead. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then the back head. Your awareness is on the back head. Your awareness is on the back head. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Then pause and let go. You're just being still. Now we're going to reverse it. Your awareness is on the back head. Your awareness is on the forehead. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness on the forehead, where the hairline is. Your awareness is on the back heart, that area between the shoulder blades. And then move your awareness to the front heart, the center of your chest. Your awareness is on the front heart. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And just pause and be still. You're just pausing and being still. Okay, I'm going to tone the name. Metatron. 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 Just being still. Check in with your body, your emotions, your thoughts. Remember, we also were checking in with the things going on in the last few weeks. You're just seeing how you feel, how they register. Hey, questions, shares, you can unmute, you can type in.
Still sinking in. Go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Hey Greg, hey Sam. Um, this has knocked me out.
Yeah.
It's very powerful. I always think it's interesting. I had a rough few weeks with multiple things that were going on at the same time, and this put it at a distance, and it's exactly what I needed. And
Yeah.
it's funny how quite frequently the class that we have is what I need at that moment. I
Oh, that's
always,
so good to hear. Yeah.
I
And if you think about like what we're talking about, like like this pattern or these two patterns, like when you do them together, like in a way, it's elevating the mind, but through elevating the body. Like you're kind of refining these two parts of the nervous system, and it makes the mind like kind of shift out of that like survival mode or protection mode or like what's going to happen here or like and it really does kind of change the perspective of what's happening. Like you said, like there's all these difficulties that were happening, and it's like you feel like they're like more distant. And y- you know I would say, at least for myself, it's like it takes me out of like trying to like survive that thing. Like there's difficulties, but it's like, okay, but it's going to work itself out, or there's nothing I can do about it, or I need to take some steps, but it doesn't have to be in my face, or you know what I mean. But like when because we look at these situations and they're something that happened that was out of what we thought was going to happen, or what the momentum of the situation was going to be, and all of a sudden this like little blip happened and something very different happened, or and it throws us into like survival mode. And anytime we go into survival mode, we also go into our history, our past experiences, and like, ooh, it's not necessarily that we project the past experience onto the situation, but we go into like the way of thinking in the past. And like by going through and doing this, you're elevating to this other part of the mind that like kind of sees a bigger picture and can kind of go like, okay, this is how we do things, or we wait and see, or we, it shifts things to a different perspective, just like, I'm just echoing what you already said, but I always find it very interesting.
When you're talking about a bigger picture, I think that so much of what studying with you is getting to a bigger picture where you're just not being caught up in the old repetitive loops is frequent.
Right. Right.
It's and when you do, you can go, I'm doing that, and start working on not doing it.
Yeah, and you can pull yourself out because it's still going to have. I mean, we're always going to kind of go into survival mode, but then to like be able to go, yeah, but what's really happening here? Or I'm going to take a moment and set vagal tone and kind of elevate into intuition and like be present in the moment rather than the things of the past and the reactions of the past and you know I don't know for me like not rehashing the way that I used to handle things is such a blessing. Because oh
And
my
not
God.
rehashing things you can't change.
Yeah, you can't change it, but it's like it's not so much that you're rehashing it, but you just go to like, when difficult things happen, you go into this like kind of reflex or this like survival mode. And a lot of times that survival mode is based on the other times you had to survive. So you kind of get like brought into this like way of thinking that's just not really cognitive or not of your choosing. It's just this response. And then you're like, ugh, why does this always happen? And part of it is because it's tied to your history. Because it's tied to the way things have happened. And some of this is some things that we've inherited and things that have come down through the generations and maybe something from the culture or the way that society, kind of perceives or reacts to things. And so there's all these like influences and to be able to like elevate out of that and go, okay. I remember like for myself, I I was having a really hard time with not getting sucked into survival mode. Um, I was in a bad place. Like let's just boil it down. And I remember like having to sit there and go, okay, but what's really happening here? Is something bad going to happen to me? Is something bad going to happen to a person around me? Is something bad gonna just happen? Like what was it? And I would sit there and I would think, and I was like, yeah, might be going through a difficulty. Somebody close to me might be going through a difficulty. Situation might be going through a difficulty, but but it felt like I was gonna die or something really bad was gonna happen. And when I would sit with it, I'd go, it's not comfortable, but I don't feel like I'm going to die. I don't feel like that person's going to die. I don't feel like the situation is going to cause, you know, yeah, it's some difficulty. And I remember just like having to get my body to go, okay, it's okay. It's uncomfortable and things are going to happen, but they're also going to be dealt with like and it's okay. And like over a period of time, that just kept helping me to like pull out of like kind of an internal like freak out mode. And this is like this practice right here is like a way to where like you kind of establish the pattern to where even if you go into freak out mode, you kind of come out of it and go, okay, but big picture is it's that, you know? And so it will work in the moment, but like I would say, the more that you do it, the more that you're able to disengage and go, okay, but what's happening here? What's really happening? versus like just the reflex or the reaction. That's what
Got
you're
it.
kind of doing. You're kind of elevating yourself out of the reflex or the reactions.
Okay, I've got two kind of uh, how-to questions.
Sure.
Um, I purchased the Metatron Premium. It says Ascension Pack, but the Angel the
Mhm.
Archangel Metatron pack would doing this process and then doing all the other stuff before bed be a really great way
Oh
to.
my God, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Good luck staying in your body, by the way. But like,
And
yeah, yeah.
how often would you do? You said you did it frequently for a while.
I was doing it daily. Yeah.
Okay.
Like I would say the thing with that, like, you can do it, and even if you do it several days in a row, at some point you'll go, yeah, I need a break, or you're like, stop thinking about it at night, and then it's kind of like when you hit that spot, it's your body's needing time to like acclimate or assimilate. And so, you could do it daily or every other day for a little bit. And then, if you need more, you could pick it up. But if you start going, I forgot to do it, or I feel like okay right now, it's just your body is going through a period of assimilating. And so I would just let that happen and then, like check in with it in a week and go, okay, I'm going to do it again. Like if you wanted to do like kind of like a set pattern for a while and go, I'm just going to schedule it. I'd do it like maybe 3 times a week for a while. But you could also do that thing where you even do it more and then you go, okay, I'm feeling kind of good right now. Like that's the way I did it. When I was obsessing about it, and I went on for quite a while. Like I was, but I would say, there's different levels of um, the reflexes that are happening as we interact with the environment. We have the very immediate, like the thing that's right here, right in front of me, right in front of my face. And then we have things where it's like, yeah, this thing's been going on over a couple of months and it's this situation and it's kind of a little bit more dynamic than just right here. And then there's the life patterns where it's just like, again, really? And I'd say the life patterns, like consistent or for a period of time, just doing it like daily or doing it every other day for a period of time until you start to feel a little bit more like in an elevated place when it comes to that. Like my experience is like I can see it happening and I can see like what my reflex would be, but then I go, okay, bigger picture, what do I do? And sometimes it's nothing. And then sometimes it's like, no, I'm going to handle this in a different way. But from a logical point of view, it seems nuts. Like you go, why would you do that? Like why would you do that? But the bigger picture is like, no, if I'm going to engage and handle this bigger pattern, then you know the guidance is to do this. And a lot of times you don't have the intellectual validation that would come until you kind of do it, and then it's like something kind of plays out and then you go, that's why I did it. But it's almost like you can look back at it after the fact.
Do you try to hit this once a month, or once a week, or
Yeah.
all of the above? Okay.
Yeah, and I like your idea of like doing the whole pack and then doing this process. Yeah,
Okay.
I love that idea.
Okay.
Might be what I do tonight.
My next question is
Mhm.
about toning.
Mhm.
Um, is it more effective for us to listen to a recording with you toning, or for us to be toning also?
Um,
And if so, can you give me just a little bit of input to toning correctly?
sure. So, the thing with the toning, like listening to me, like the the toning is like tapping into like an energy or frequency that's kind of coming in or coming through. And so, it will provide an experience. If you just sit and listen to it, it will provide an experience. And so I don't know that it's better or worse. It's just that's what that is. But like if you're going to like tone the angel, the thing that I would say is like when you do it with a gap between the syllables, it will always make it more potent. And it's not so much about the correct pronunciation. It starts to be about like the sound, like you're kind of riding a wave, you know. So like if you look at the idea of Metatron, um, as you tone it yourself, you'll notice that you'll linger in certain spots a little bit longer, and then sometimes like Tron, a lot of times is more like Tron. And if you go Tron, feels a little bit like you know what I mean? Like that starts to like tap into like these like root words or words or root sounds.
And it gets a
that-
vibration going
Yeah, it's
too.
very much a vibration. And it's almost like the word is helping you explore the sound or the frequency where you start to like kind of tap into it. And it's almost like kind of when you get there, you can almost just let it go and just the point isn't necessarily the word itself, it's the word is in that setting to get you to this certain vibration or frequency, and then you can kind of let it go. Like Metatron is not really the way to say that angel's name. It's usually like more of uh like just way of like saying it without really because it's a holy name, it's a word of power. So a lot of times instead of met you would say like meth tron, and then um there is a version of it where you would go meth ra tone, and you think of the idea of Ra being an aspect of God in the Egyptian tradition. And even if you look at in the Hindu tradition, Ra Ma, that Ra carries a sound unto itself. And so, like, you're kind of putting together these like root sounds or root vibrations when you're doing it. And so, it's not about doing it perfectly. It's almost like it's exploration. Like you're going, hey, I'm gonna go to this new part of town, and I know there's a good restaurant over there, but I'm also gonna look around. There might be something else, but I'm gonna drive over there because I know there's that good restaurant, but we might find something else. It's kind of like that. Like, okay, I'm gonna make these sounds. I know that I'm gonna shoot for these sounds. Other sounds might start coming out, but at least I'm headed in that direction. It's a little bit like that. And so
That
I
is
would always encourage you to do some on your own. Yeah.
this was a beautiful explanation for me. Thank you. I am going to ask, is
Yes.
there is it better to do a certain amount, or is there a repetitive quality to it, I would assume?
Like like doing like at least four sometimes is has like a concretizing effect or a materializing effect. And then after that, it's kind of gravy. You could put like meaning to doing it seven times or nine times. But a lot of times, again, it's like the mantra, like you're chanting om, om, and then all of a sudden you start to have the expansion. And I can literally remember times like, oh, I got to stop expanding because I'm chanting om. And like I was missing the spirit of chanting. Like, the chant was to get you to that expanded state. And so once you kind of hit that, you can just let it go. But there's something to be said to doing it 4 times or 7 times or 9 times, but it's like soon as you kind of get good at piercing that veil, those numbers don't mean anything anymore. Like, so I would say there's times where I use them and then there's times where I don't. And so I would say if you're starting to have an experience wherever you're at, you can just let it go. But there's times where you're like, I'm in my intellectual mind and I need to do it 4 times, or I need to do it 7 times, or I need to do it 9 times. And you'll notice that when you hit that number, it does have an impact. It does do something, but it's more because we're in the intellectual part of our mind. When you kind of walk through that door and you're in intuition, you can just say it once and then take off. And so again, that number doesn't matter. It's like, okay, I got on the wave and I'm just riding the wave. Like I don't need to worry about the wave. So, there's times where I'm a little bit more in the intuitive side and I can just say it once or twice and then there's times where I'm like, I'm going to say it 12 times and then I'm going to be still. And then I'm going to say it another 4 times and then I'm going to be still. And because it's usually I'm a little bit more in my intellect. And so, if you notice, like on Sunday Sacred Space, there's been times where I would say the angel name, I go, put your awareness on your brain. And we do it 12 times. And there's something about, this was in the old writings of Solomon, that like I mean, he didn't say it like these words, but this is what he was saying is like when you're in your everyday mind, like you invoke the name 12 times, and that will take you out of your everyday mind. And at first I was like, "Nah, I don't know about that." Like, we'll see. It totally does. Like that thing about doing it 12 times. Um, Something could be said where it's like, okay, it's just four, or if you're trying to materialize a goal or trying to physicalize something in your body, it doesn't have to be that extreme. But if you're really wanting to dig deep and go, okay, I really want to concretize this energy into my physiology. It's that idea of put your awareness on your brain or on your crown and then say it like 12 times and then just be still. And then from there, you can still make adjustments. But from there, at least it's pierced the veil and it's gotten in.
So I mean, you're using Metatron, but we could really do any of the
Any
angels.
angel, deity names, uh, even mantras. Like I did this a lot with the holy names for the different chakras, and I found it to be very empowering. Um, uh, I can remember, like, I don't know, this is many years ago, but like for Christmas and Easter, I did it with the name of Christ. I would just sit there and just keep saying the name of Christ over and over and over again. And then Easter, I did the same thing. And, I found it to be profound. And, now that I say that right now, why I don't do that every year, I don't know. But like, I had that one year where I was like, oh, I'm just going to do this. And yeah, so it could be anything that you're bringing in that's essence, you could do it like that. So mantra, deity, holy name, angel, anything of that nature.
This is great. I needed this kind of concrete stuff. I mean, it's not concrete, but okay. So I have one more question. You keep
Mhm.
bringing things up. When you did Christ, I mean, you'd pick the word Christ versus
You could
Jesus?
say Christ, but the name of Jesus when he was in the body, because like there's this whole esoteric thing of or mystical thing about the Christ came in those last 3 years. You know, the big Christ came in those last 3 years, and so you know that being was prepping for the downpour that happened in those last 3 years. And so the name that I used was the name that he used like what, you know, in the body for the whole life. And um so the name is rabbi or rabbi, like so Rabi. And then, you know, you hear Yehoshua or Yehoswa. Um, so it could be spelled with a U or an H. And so I always choose Yehoswa. It seems a little stronger to me, but you could say Yehoshua. So Rabbi Yehoshua. And then Bar, like Bar, and then some form of like Miriam or Miriam, like Miryam. Basically, Bar Miriam means of Mary. So Rabbi Yehoshua Bar Miriam.
And that's what you use for
Hmm.
Christ.
Hmm. Yeah, I do it sometimes on the Sunday Sacred Space. I just don't usually explain it, but usually like around Christmas and Easter, I'll invoke that name. And you know, if you just sit and meditate on that name or use that like a mantra, it's quite potent. It's very, very potent. Yeah.
And
Um,
thank you, Samantha, for just
yeah.
writing that out in the chat.
Yeah.
Um,
The
thank
guru
you
once
so.
gave me a pendant that had the name like printed on it that I wore for the longest time. Yeah. Yeah. I always thought that was a very kind gift. A very, very nice gift.
Thank you so much.
Hmm.
Go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, hey.
Hi. Um, I might have had a nap.
You have
Um,
sleepy voice on right now.
I do.
Yeah, I can tell.
Oh my gosh. So you might have covered this, but can you talk about what is the difference between, or is there, from your perspective, of speaking the name out verbally
Mhm.
or saying it in your head?
No, we didn't talk about that. So we talked about a whole bunch of other things while you were asleep, but not that.
Yeah.
No. um, uh, I find that like verbalizing it can be very potent and important because you are kind of physicalizing it, like you know you're speaking it. It's bringing it into the form, and you're kind of expanding um, more like within the form than just expanding. You know what I mean? Like there's a kind of expansion where you do meditation where you're like, oh, up and out of the body, and you're just, you know, in another place. And then there's a kind of expansion where the soul is expanding, but within the form. And you know, it's blissful, but it's slower, and you're like more aware, like when it's happening, and it's, you know, you're feeling that expansive state, but you're also very, very conscious. You know, you're not taking off into the ethers. And
Mm-hmm.
so I would say when you're doing the spoken word, you have a greater potential for the expansion in the form. When you say the name internally, expansion out of the body. like consciousness is going to leave the body and expand out. And then when it comes back, it's like, okay, I'm a little different now. Let's rearrange things a little bit. Where
Okay.
when you verbalize it, you're not really going to have quite the expansion of taking off into the ethers, but you are going to have the expansion within the body. And, you could say that the expansion in the body has a greater potential for reorganizing like your physiology or the form, your emotions, your mind, where when you're saying it internally, you're touching a different kind of consciousness and you're bringing it in, but it doesn't necessarily always reorganize everything. It's just like, hey, there's a greater potential. Hey, I have this greater perspective. Hey, I have,
Mm-hmm.
whatever. But it doesn't necessarily come in and then reorganize things. But it lets you know, like, hey, things could be different. Hey, there's a bigger thing. Hey, there's something else out there than just what's happening. And I think both are important. Like I think they're both very, very important, but they are different. Even though you're using the same word, it's still very, very different experience.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yeah. So let's take a break and let ourselves acclimate a little bit, and then we'll come back on the half hour. Hey, hey, everybody. Let's come on back. So, there's this first segment with Metatron. There's different ways that you can work it. We just did it the way we did it. But if we start to integrate toning, like Laura was talking about, do we listening to the tone or do we explore the tone? I'm going to do a little exploration here, And so first we're going to practice something, and then we'll do it with the oils and everything all combined. So the very first thing we're going to do, and we did this a long time ago in some of the angel practices, but there's a particular mudra that we can use for this, and it's like kind of almost like a whole body mudra. So the very first part of the mudra, we're going to do them all together, but let's talk about it in pieces. So a mudra kind of helps bring essence into the body, or helps the body to shift. It depends on the mudra. They do different things, but you're basically, harmonizing intuition and intellect, or you're increasing intuition so that it has a greater influence over in the moment. And so say this is your feet, right? This is the bottom of your foot. This is the bottom of your foot. You're going to put your feet together like this. Like, so you're going to kind of turn your feet and then touch the soles of the feet together like this. So, you're sitting there, it's easier if you like make the knees kind of go out and then the feet kind of come together much easier, right? Then you're going to take your hands. You're going to bend your ring finger down. So, you're going to kind of make it so that it kind of like touches the palm, right? And then you're going to lower your middle finger and the thumb is going to touch the side, like so, right? Okay, so ring fingers down, middle finger is like so, and the thumb is touching the side. Now, okay, so you have your hands like so. You're going to bring your right hand to your body, your whole right arm to your body, and then the left one on top. Okay, and then you can kind of bring it out of the body if you want, or you can leave it on your chest, however you want to do it. I tend to do it a little bit out. Right? So your right arm to the body, your left arm on top. So your feet are touching like this, your hands are like so, and then you're going to tilt your head like back, and then you're going to open your mouth. Have your tongue touching the roof of your mouth. Okay, so you're just practicing that for a moment. Just feet together, your arms are like so, your head's back, your tongue is touching the roof of your mouth. You can have your eyes open or closed. The more powerful thing is to have them open. Okay, so just experience it for a moment. Okay, and then rest your head for a minute. You can keep your hands and feet in the position. We're going to do it again. Okay. So again, like so, your head's back, your tongue is touching the roof of your mouth is open a little bit. So hold that position, and I'm going to just say the name Metatron. Myth. Oh. Troll. Myth. Oh. Troll. Myth. Oh. Troll. Just let everything go for a moment. Let your arms relax, your feet relax, your head's back to the normal place. Your eyes are closed. Okay. Now, let's practice chanting or toning the name Metatron. We're going to do it all together, right? So you're going to say meth tron or tron, however you want to say it. Okay, so you're going to do this out loud. You know, it can be a whisper, but like out loud, verbalize it. Ready? So, me. Tron. Again. Meth. Tron. Now, if you feel drawn to go off exactly how I'm saying it, go for it. Okay. Meth. Tron. Meth. Tron. Just be still for a moment. Okay, again, verbally, you're saying this out loud or whispering. Meth. Tron. Meth. Tron. Meth. Tron. Meth. Tron. You're just being still. Okay, so we did it verbally. Now let's practice it internally. So you're not verbalizing it, you're not whispering it, you're doing it in your head. So in your head, Meth, again in your mind, Meth, So, like we were talking about before the break, the verbalized form like expands in the body, in the form. When you do it internally, you expand out there. When you do the mudra that we just did, and you do the one internally in the mind, you're expanding out there, expanding the consciousness, and then you're bringing it into the form. It's kind of like the best of both worlds, right? So your feet together, ring fingers touching the palms, middle finger comes down, thumb touches the side. Right hand comes to the chest, left on top. You tilt your head up, your tongue's to the roof of your mouth. Your mouth is a little bit open. In your mind, in this position, Meth, Tron. Meth, Tron. Meth, Tron. And then just let everything relax. Let your head relax, your arms relax, your feet relax. So whatever oil you're using for Metatron, pick it up and just take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Not even following a pattern. Just nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just let it go. So the thing that you're doing with this particular practice is it's like what you would call in tantric practices an embodiment practice. You're embodying the essence, right? You're bringing the essence in, and you're you're breaking through like a barrier in the intellectual mind, and you're breaking through a barrier in the survival mode of your nervous system, and it's allowing for there to be this like kind of upgrade or this kind of integration where like if you break through that barrier, then you have history, you have a past experience, and the body goes, well, we've had this experience, so we have to maintain it, right? These are our experiences. We maintain it, we repeat it, we replicate it, we keep producing it over and over again. So the idea of an embodiment practice is to move away from the primal part of your nervous system that's associated with survival, and you're bringing in your higher faculties, or here you're working with Metatron. You could also, like Laura was asking about like Christ, or maybe I brought it up, but we were talking about Christ. And you could do it with Christ. And then you are embodying that, and it basically starts not just changing your nervous system, but it starts attuning your nervous system to that like kind of frequency, or that like kind of consciousness or awareness. And then it starts to like have a cascading effect across your physiology, your emotions, your thoughts. And so the the more that you do this, the more you keep resetting the nervous system, and you keep fine tuning what your nervous system is attuned to, right? Like for the average person, we're really more attuned to just surviving, protecting the body. We're just trying to protect the body. And then at some point, it's like, okay, I want to protect the body, but I also want to have pleasant experiences. And I want what I want. I'm going to have pleasant experiences. And then over a period of time, it's like, well, of course, I want to protect the body, want to have nice experiences. I want what I want, but also over a period of time, I want to cultivate something so that it's like planting seeds for something. I want to produce something as time goes by. And then eventually it's tuning to the soul. I want to serve the soul. I want to have a union with the soul. I want to express the soul in an outward way. You know? And so when you go through and you're starting to do this, you're starting to attune your nervous system to the particular essence that you're working with. So you could do this with different angels, but say you did this with Christ, you would say the name out loud a few times, you would say it internally a few times, and then you would do the practice, and internally you would say the name of Christ, and then be still. You could also do it with holy names, but also mantra. You could do it with different mantras. So there's variations. There's still one little piece that we could add, but this is a lot to digest. So what I was going to do is you can feel like I can just tell by Samantha's face. She's just like not even like you look like you're in dream time. Let's go ahead and share experiences if you'd like, but you can ask questions, and if you have something about the technique itself, you can ask about that. But like Laura was asking about Christ, you could do this with Christ. You don't have to do it with an angel. You don't. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, you just ran through something. I'm going to make a notebook of a lot of this so I can practice it and remember.
Sure. Sure.
You were you just said a bunch of stuff pretty fast, and so I'm gonna
Sorry.
I'm gonna kind of restate what I wrote
Sure.
and let you correct or fill it in, so we can attune with all the different names, whether it's an angel name or Christ or Buddha or whatever. You said to do it um, verbally, and then you could do it internally. And then you said something that I missed. And then you said you could put someone's
So
name.
like just how we kind of did it. Like I would say it verbally, and then I would say it internally, like quietly in the mind. And then when you go to do the practice, you're doing it internally, you know. Um, After a while, you don't necessarily have to say it externally or internally, but I find that it helps. Like I find that it helps for a while. And so it's like you're priming the pumps, like you're priming what's going to happen, because when you do this, you're bringing in essence, and you're like having that outward expansion, but you're also having that expansion in the body at the same time. Like you're doing both at the same time, where usually it's an either or. So I find that when you say it verbally and then internally, that you're kind of priming the two things that are going to happen. And then when you go through and you do it internally, you know, all of this is for the expansion within the body. And then internally is the expansion of consciousness out. But it's like they're almost happening simultaneously. And then you just kind of let it all go, and you'll have the outer experience, but you'll also have the inner experience. And it's almost like it just becomes one big experience, not these two separate things that are happening. And so, you know, when you go up and you say the name, you say it a few times in your mind, and then just let it go and just be still, and it will just wash over you.
Okay. I, I may be being picky because I want
No,
to make
sure.
sure that I
Be picky.
understand. You said to start verbally, then internally, and
Mhm.
then you would do it internally with the practice. By the practice, are you talking
Yes.
about the
Yeah,
mudra?
the mudra. Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that
Yeah.
that I wasn't making an incorrect assumption.
Right.
Okay, and then after the mudra, you went back to saying the name again, and then
You could, but you're usually pretty cooked by then. So I
okay,
would just say let it. I had you guys inhale the oil. And so if you're working with something where you have an oil, if you don't, you can use a single oil that might help you with, that process. Or, here we're doing Metatron, but if you're just doing um something general, something like aloes or poplar, um lotus, tuberose, ginger lily, something that's real heady, you know. Usually that like when it's real heady, you have expansion of your mind. That's kind of what you're shooting for. and the ability to shift out of the way of thinking so that like this new consciousness can kind of slip in, even if it's just for a minute and then go out. It's like your intellect is making a new friend, like, oh, there's a new kid on the block, and it will remember it. And then when it starts to experience it later, it's like, oh yeah, I met that kid before. Like I'm curious, he might be fun to play with. It's kind of like that.
Thank you very much.
You're so welcome. There's still another piece where I don't want to make it too complicated. Practice this for now, but at some point, there's another piece that's has simple hand movement, but there's like a inner process that you do that helps with the embodiment. But do this for a while, and then we'll add the piece. It's kind of too many working pieces at once to do it all at once. Better to do little pieces of it, and then we build on it.
And somebody shared, saying it internally seems to really mess with my head.
Right. Yeah.
It does feel like something is moving down through the crown as I sit quietly.
Yeah. Yeah. It literally just feels like something's being poured through the top of your head where it's just like, I mean, just that little bit, I can feel my body's throwing something off.
They said yes.
Yeah. It's a very like Buddhist practice, but I've done versions of it in Kabbalistic practices, but I did something almost identical in with the medicine man in the Native American thing, very, very, very similar. Um, it's not something that's talked about like just in general, but like when we would do ceremony, we'd sit by the fire and we would do practices kind of similar to this. So I guess the point I'm trying to make is that it's variations of it are done in different traditions, you know.
Someone's just checking the logistics. Hands in mudra is ring finger touching palm.
Yeah, right,
Third finger bent down.
right,
Thumb touches the side of the third finger.
right. Like so.
Soles of feet together. Right hand on top of chest, left hand on top of right.
Right,
Head back, mouth slightly open, tongue on the roof of mouth.
right. Yeah. And then eyes open. Yeah. Yeah.
Yep, you got it. I'll post that if that's okay with Greg,
Mhm.
just so people can see that.
So that mudra, different mudras do different things. That's associated with harnessing light, right? So, if you think about the idea of vagal tone in the body, vagal tone is your body's uh, mechanisms for harnessing light. Like vagal tone is light within the body, right? And then intuition is light, but within the mind, right? So when you go through and you do this, you're attuning to the light, you're harnessing the light, you're letting light in, and then light eventually, as it reorganizes things, produces a kind of stability or a kind of regulation within the body. So this then produces love, right? So even if you're doing a devotional practice like say to Christ or whatever, we have to let the light in of that being for us to feel the love for that being, right? And so even here with the angel, you're letting the light in of the angel for you to feel the love of the angel. and the love of the angel like deepens the connection and allows for more to come in. But you're literally, like, when you feel love for the angel, you're literally physicalizing or concretizing their essence within your body. So that's the love part. Is the providence is physicalization in the form uh, of their essence, or essence with consciousness. The expanded consciousness, whatever might come with it. So, yeah, yeah, it's a very profound practice. I really had no intention of talking about this today, but your guys' questions, I was like, let's go there. Like, why not? So I love it when you guys ask questions. So
Okay, this is Laura again. You just said to feel love for the angel. It's a concretizing their love and physicalizing in the body. And
yeah,
then you said,
you're the
then
love
you,
that you're feeling, it has a concretizing effect in you. So like their essence is just always there. And so we like go, oh, we're going to experience it. And then we have enough experience where we go, oh God, I really love this, or I love this angel. I feel so divine. You're actually concretizing that essence, their essence, into you. Like, because part of it is you're experiencing their essence, but you're also experiencing a consciousness that is of you that you just haven't experienced before. So, like, when you concretize like their essence into you, you're also concretizing that consciousness within you that you're experiencing. That's it's your essence, but you're concretizing that into the body. And when I say in the body, like, first it's the nervous system, and then eventually it's the blood.
thank you.
And you're so welcome.
Awesome. Thank you, Greg.
I mean, we could talk about this the whole weekend, but I mean, it's pretty deep. So how about this? Instead of just jumping into doing more of that or the next, we'll take a lunch break, and we'll come back and we'll do the angel Arel and the fire element when we come back. So we'll come back at 1:45. So we'll take an hour and a half break, and we'll hit the ground running. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. Okay. And any questions or anything before we jump into the next? I know everybody was a little bit quiet with that last practice, so sometimes questions pop up.
Somebody's asking, is Angel Arel a misspelling of Angel RIL?
What? Say that again?
Is Angel Arel a misspelling of Angel RIL?
No, different angel. There's spellings that are close, REL, RIL. There's variations of the spellings. They're actually different energies. Yeah. No, Arel is a different angel.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That was it.
Great. All right. So we're going to work with the angel Arel. So there's the blend that came in the kit, and I think it was in a kit in that last class.
Yeah.
So if you have it there, and then single oils, clary sage, vetiver, cistus, acacia, or cypriol. So let's go ahead and find what angel you're going to work.
Okay, you seem okay.
Okay, we're good. Okay, so the very first thing, just kind of close your eyes for a moment, whatever oil you're working with, without putting your awareness anywhere, just start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then you're going to pause and let go. Now your awareness is on your heart, the center of your chest. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your heart, center of your chest. Now move your awareness to the back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're on the back heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths, that area between the shoulder blades. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. The soles of your feet. Okay, so we're at the soles of the feet. You're going to let go the inhalation. Right? So set the bottle down for a second. Right now, you're going to visualize a lotus below your feet. So below your feet, you're standing on a giant lotus. I mean, most likely you're sitting, so you're sitting with your feet on a giant lotus. Okay, now you're going to take your hands like so. You're going to lower down the outer two fingers. You're going to point your palms down below your feet. And your awareness is on your heart and crown at the same time, and you're just letting the energy flow down below your feet. So your hands are pointed like this, like down towards the ground. And then just let that go and just be still for a moment. Let your hands relax. Let everything relax. Now, you're inhaling again. Your awareness is on your navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your navel. And then an inch and a half below your navel. And then just pause and let go. Okay, so we let that settle in. We're going to do application B and then cycle back around and do A and B again. So your awareness using the same oil is on the soles of the feet. Soles of the feet. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And your awareness is on the low back, the back side of the navel. The back heart, that area between your shoulder blades. Your awareness is on your crown. And just let go. Be still, be aware, and let go. You're just being still. Okay, so we're going to go back to application A. You're still using the same oil. Your awareness is on your heart, your front heart. Your awareness is on the heart. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart, between the shoulder blades. Your awareness is on the back heart, between the shoulder blades. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The bottom of the tailbone, the basic chakra, the bottom of the tailbone. And then the soles of your feet. the soles of the feet. And you're going to let everything go. You're going to set the bottle down. You're going to visualize a lotus down below your feet. You're visualizing the lotus below your feet. And then you're going to raise your hands up, roll down the other two fingers, point your palms down to the ground. So just relax your arms down. They're pointed down below your feet. You're visualizing the lotus below your feet. You're just taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And you're just letting go. Of that trade. Just letting go. You have your oil again. Your awareness is on your navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the navel. Your awareness is on the navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. An inch and a half below the navel. Pause and be still. Just pause and let it go. And just being still. Again, you're inhaling, your awareness is on the soles of the feet. The low back, the back side of the navel, known as the Ming Men. The back heart, that area between your shoulder blades. And then the crown. Awareness is at the top of your head. And then you're just letting go. Okay, you're just going to keep your eyes closed. I'm going to tone the name. Oh, real. Oh, real. Oral. 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 You're just letting go. Okay. Let's move around, see how you feel. How is that for you? Sorry, I had to woke you up. You're conserving prana.
Go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, hey.
Sorry, I couldn't find the unmute. That was really, really soothing. Like I can feel the energy in the body. And can you talk a bit more about the mechanics of the mudra and the soles of the feet? Because I could feel the energy come through my crown, like pretty.
Yeah, you're kind of shifting. You're making the survival part of your nervous system and the intellect, like you're manually making it allow something new in. Here it's light. You're allowing this kind of light or consciousness to come in by you're manually going, okay, open your mouth. Okay, now swallow. You're kind of doing that to the survival part of the nervous system and the intellectual mind. It's like, putting a pill in cheese and trying to get your dog to eat it. It's kind of like that.
Yep.
It's spiritual cheese and
Spir-
bacon.
spiritual cheese and bacon.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh, super. That was nice.
yeah.
Someone said, I feel like I'm in the body and not, wait, I'm in the body and not in the body at the same
Yeah.
time.
Yeah. I mean, with that, like a lot of times when you have like deeper levels of intuition or tapping into to the intuitive part of the mind, it's beyond the senses. And so it kind of feels in this place like you're like, where am I? Like you know, where am I? What time is it? What day is it? Like you're kind of beyond the normal everyday ways of thinking. And so it feels very different. It feels very odd. But after a while, you kind of get used to it. And like when you kind of come back into the intellectual mind, you go, oh, this is the day, this is the time, this is the place. I remember a spiritual teacher, a guru, one time made some comment about sometimes I wake up and I don't know what city I am in. I don't know where I'm at. And I thought it was hysterical. I just thought, like, how could that happen? And then the more that the intuitive mind developed, I get what he means. Like, you wake up, you're like, wait, where am I? Okay, look around. Oh, I'm home. Okay, I think I'm home. I'm home. Okay, I'm home. It's just a different part of the mind. It's not that you lose the other part, you just kind of step away from it for a little bit.
Also felt a deep connection to the earth when we were at the souls.
Mhm.
Can Greg talk a little bit about this angel? I'm not familiar with this one.
Um, yeah, I mean, it's the angel associated with the fire element. Yeah. So it's the spirit of fire or the fire element. And so a little bit different than just working the elements themselves. It's a little bit more of like the aspect associated with animating the different elements. And so this one would be associated with animating the fire element. You know.
Well, and I like zonked out after you. I was ready to zonk out before the toning, but after the toning, I just zonked out. I was, I just felt like I had a little reset, a little tear, a little reset, nothing conscious, just like,
Yeah.
very nice.
You could say like working these angels of the elements, it'll get you moving in a better direction. Like if your momentum was degenerative, it kind of pulls you out of that and goes, maybe go this way. You know, it's just kind of realigning or redirecting. Redirecting is probably a better way of saying
That's
it.
the feeling it gave,
Yeah.
even with just this first
Yeah.
one. It's
It's redirecting.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
very interesting.
Yeah.
Didn't know I need redirection, apparently.
You know, if you think about like when we have strong emotions or repetitive thoughts and we attract the energies of the environment, you know, the elements, we attract them, or what we came in with, or things we inherited from our biological family, or just even the things that get transported to us by groups of people we're around a lot, like a lot of times in the workplace or something like this. In a way, there's a kind of gravity that's there. And as much as you turn your attention and try to go in other directions, you're always kind of fighting that gravity. You know, it's because it's of the elements, it's of the earth. And so there's always this kind of pull. And if the momentum is in a, you know, degenerative direction or not so good direction, you know, we kind of fight it a little bit and we get going the other way. And as soon as we put our guard down, we're back sucked into the gravitational pull. And, you know, practices that we do help to break out of that gravitational pull. This is being very, very specific. You're going after each element and doing a redirection,
Cool.
like a reset, a reboot. You're turning the computer off and then turning it back on again. Yeah. Yeah, it's very nice. Okay, so how about we'll take a break and we'll come back at on the half hour. Hey, everybody. Let's come on back. Up here. Up.
Oh.
Oh, it's a okay. So we're going to do segment 3 unless there's shares or questions. Sometimes when we do intense process, we still can give you a chance after the break to.
Think we're good.
Okay, so we're going to work the angel Jason, which is the air element. So clarity, perception, insight. Fir balsam, vetiver, poplar balsam, frankincense, nutka, cypress, binihi, cypress wood, and the blend angel Jason. Okay. So well, a lot of times I just do this practice as is. Like I don't try to direct it. But if you'd like, areas where you want to refine your perception, your clarity, your insight or inspiration, you can focus on that, right? So you go, okay, I have this area where I'm having difficulty. I'm having difficulty with this person. I don't have direction in this particular area or just in life in general. You can think of the situation and then let it go and do the process. For me, a lot of times I just do this as like setting a pattern of, you know, redirecting the air element. I just do the process regardless. Okay, so you're gonna hold the bottle to your chest. We're just gonna recover the materialization breath. Okay, so you hold your bottle to your chest, or if you've put it on your hand, you hold your hand to your chest. Your head goes down, you inhale through your nose, you hold your breath. As you hold your breath, you raise your head up, you exhale through your mouth, and then return back down with the chin to the chest. So that would be one breathing cycle. Okay, so we do 8 or 9. Okay, so again, let's practice. Inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale, and then down, inhale, up, exhale. So we'll do it in real time, but the act of doing the materialization breath also has a direct impact on the elements. You are materializing light as you go through and you do this particular practice, the materialization breath, even without the angel. If we do it with different oils, we do it with different things, and it's about materializing light into the form. So we can use this for healing, we can use this for goals, we can use this for spiritual development, we can use it for psychological healing, we can use it to help others, whatever you'd like to do. So it kind of depends on where you direct your attention. So you're materializing light. And as you go through and you do the head movement, you're moving beyond the senses. So if you think of the idea of clarifying perception and clarifying what's going on in a particular area, feeling like inspired, it's because you're stepping away from the thing that you're always perceiving. The thing with our 5 senses is it keeps us locked into whatever it is we're doing. And so when we need to break out of something, bring something new in, going through the senses is always going to turn into a dead end. It might work for a while, but eventually it becomes a dead end. If we go beyond the senses, we're able to bring something new or different in and concretize that into the form. So this is what we're shooting for. Okay, so you have either one of the single oils or your blend. You're holding it to the chest. And then lower your chin down to your chest. Inhale through your nose. Hold your breath. Up. Exhale. Down. Inhale. Up. Exhale. Down. Inhale. Up. Exhale. Down. Inhale. Up. Exhale. Do about 4 or 5 more on your own. Just being still. You're just letting it incubate. You're bottled to your chest again. Chin down. Inhale. Hold your breath. Head up. Exhale. Do 8 more of those, 8 or 9 more of those. And just being still. Okay, again, bottle to your chest, chin down. Do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths, and you're doing them at your own pace. You're just being still. And then one more time, bottle to your chest, chin down, 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. You're just being still. So you have your same oil. You're visualizing a lotus below your feet. A lotus is below your feet. You're inhaling the oil with your awareness on the lotus below your feet. You're still on the lotus below your feet. Just let it go for a moment. Just let it go. Okay, again, the lotus below your feet. You're inhaling with your lotus, your awareness on the lotus below your feet. You're moving your awareness to the soles of your feet. Your awareness is on the soles of your feet. The low back, the backside of the navel. Okay. Hmm. Your awareness is on your spine, your whole spine. Your awareness is on the back heart, that area between the shoulder blades. Your back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. The tip of your nose. Your awareness is on the tip of your nose. Your brain, your awareness is on the brain. Your crown, your awareness is on the crown. 12 inches above your head. You're pausing and letting go. You're just letting go. So we're going to do another round of that. But before we do that, we're going to take a little break. So we'll come back at 35 after, and then we're going to do application A and B again. And then we'll do shares and Q&A and all that. So I'll see you in about 15 minutes. Hey, everybody, come on back. And you're going to use the same well you were using. And again, we're going to do the materialization breath. So first, just kind of be still. If you want to reflect on something, you can. I always like to kind of give myself a little centered before I do this. And then lower your chin down to your chest. Do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. And then just be still. You're just being still. Again, you're lowering your chin down to your chest. 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths, do them at your own pace. You're just being still. Bottle to your chest, chin down, do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. And we're going to do it one more time, but before we do it, I'm going to tone the name of the angel a few times just to juice up our materialization breath. So your eyes are closed, just be still. Cho. Okay, you have your oil bottled to your chest, chin down, 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Visualize the lotus below your feet. Begin inhaling with your awareness on the lotus below your feet. You're inhaling with your awareness on the lotus below your feet. And pause and let go. Just pause and let go. Again, your lotus is below your feet. You're visualizing below your feet. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're on the lotus. And then pause and let go. Okay, you're inhaling. Your awareness is on the soles of your feet. Right. Move your awareness to your low back, the backside of your navel. The spine. Your awareness is on the spine. You're moving your awareness to the back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart. Your back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. Your awareness is on the tip of your nose. Your brain, your awareness is on your brain. Your awareness is on the crown. Your awareness is on your crown. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're moving your awareness to 12 inches above your head. Then just pause and be still. You're just being still. And I'm going to tone the name of the angel again. So just be still and let go. You're just being still. You're just letting go. Let it incubate for just a little longer. Okay, let's go ahead and do questions and shares. You can unmute, you can type in, or like Samantha, you can just stare off and that was a pretty good look. It's like you were way far away.
Give me just a second. Me. Yeah, go ahead, Sonia.
What is the lotus doing below the feet again? Is it purifying or is something going up or down?
It helps to transfigure the elements, like helps to redirect them.
To the earth? Or are you going up or down or both?
None of that. It just helps like with the things that they do. Like whatever building blocks or whatever they have like assembled, it's not so much about like going up or down. It's like the momentum that they have of interacting in your body, your emotions, and your thoughts.
Okay.
Yeah. The rose, like when we use the rose and bless downward, it's transmuting. But when you do the lotus below the feet, it's transfiguring. So for the lotus to work, the elements have to be first transmuted and then they can be transfigured. And so even that part where we do like the heart and then we do the back heart and then the basic and the soles of the feet, that's transmuting. And then the lotus below the feet is transfiguration of the elements, which is a way of like redirecting, how we were talking about, like they have like a gravity. It's like you're changing their gravity. They have gravity because they're of the earth. So they have a thing that, even as you try to break away from it, it's like it sucks you back in. So it's transfiguring that to a certain extent.
And then go ahead, Teresa.
Hi.
Mm.
That was an interesting one. So I'm curious about this, and it's probably more kind of following the conversation about transmutation of the elements themselves. So in the first go around of, is it air that we were just doing?
Yeah.
I just got like lots of old stuff from family, like codependency and
Sure.
shame around money. And it's interesting, like having too much and
Oh,
having too little.
yeah, that's interesting.
Um, and so yeah, I was curious why it would show up in air. I mean, I'm glad that it can go, you know.
Well, like again, like you're playing with like the building blocks
Yeah.
of your body, your emotions, and your mind. And so, be it that it's unconscious, subconscious, some past
Uh,
experience, it's being like recalibrated or redirected. And so, like as it gets redirected, whatever the issue is, it might arise, like it might pop up in your head.
okay.
You don't need to do anything about it,
Yep.
but it's like, huh, that was in there.
It was just
Didn't know that was
fascinating.
in there.
Well, I I knew there was always drama around it.
Hmm.
And yeah, it just kind of popped in. I'm like, huh, why is it coming up in air was more my thought. I'm like, and and that was just what happened. So I'm
Yeah,
glad.
if you think of like you're getting like greater clarity or
Got
insight
it.
or perceptions being refined. And so,
Hmm.
you know, because like a lot of times you take something like that and when we kind of dust everything off, we go, oh, look, there's shame around not having enough or having too much or
Yep.
whatever. But, the way that everything works is we take it and then we go, well, we'll make it look like this and we'll make it look like that. And, it's like it has like a little story around it kind of. And, it's something that even the story is handed down from generation to generation somewhat. You know what I mean? It's like
Oh yeah.
this is how we talk about this, or this is how we think about this, or whatever. And you're little and you go, okay, this is just what we do. And you don't really like choose it. It's just like an inheritance of sorts. And it doesn't necessarily have to be from the family. Like, it
Yeah.
could be society, it could be a group of people you hang out with, which a lot of times, if you're spending a lot of time with people, it's either family or work.
Yep.
And so, it could be something like that, but it also could be thing that's like in the culture at the time, like things that are in the news all the time for, a decade. How is that
Uh-huh.
not influencing you unless you're just not paying attention to the news? And so, there could be cultural aspects to it as well. And
Sure.
and so,
Yep. Yeah, that's
yeah.
interesting.
So it's in there for some reason, somehow, and who knows?
Well, uh I'm happy to let that go and have
Yeah,
it be. Yeah,
yeah,
abundance is good. What
right,
when you were
right.
talking, what came up was um what kind of floated through was more projections from others on the basis of their own belief of worth.
Sure.
Um
Yeah, yeah,
and,
yeah,
and I'm like, oh, well, maybe that's why it's coming up in air. It just gets to float away somewhere else.
yeah,
But that
yeah.
was That was really cool. So I appreciate that one. That one is lurking in there. Not really something I want to carry forward. And then another question, like
Mhm.
you're probably going to say working all four elements. As we're doing this work, we're shifting ourselves, which means our vibrational match for environment will be different. Or that's the
Yeah,
hope.
yeah, or at
That's the
least how you interact with the environment will be different. Like your reflexes and your behaviors will begin to shift over a period of time. Like you could say, like it's like a precursor, how like we're doing the different colored states.
Mhm.
You could say like doing this makes the colored states even like more potent. Like
Sure.
it's like the
Okay.
building block that goes up. And it really, like if you really look at like, okay, if I, just like the shame, if I like dust everything away, what are we talking about here? And if you look at it from the point of view of your physiology, it is that you're either in the anabolic state or the catabolic state. You're
Mm.
either regenerating or you're degenerating.
Sure.
And like what you're doing when you work the elements, you're like, I'm sick of degeneration. I would like some regeneration. I would like
Yeah.
to like get better and recover and do whatever and move in the right direction where a lot of times be it the physiology, the emotions, your mind, we get stuck in this pattern. And as much as we try to do something else, it's like the gravity is there. It's sucking you into
Yeah.
something. And it's really about letting go. It's not like a mental choice or emotional choice or even a physical choice. It is that transfiguration of like,
Okay.
okay, this is the momentum and I'm shifting gears and I'm literally changing the direction that I'm going. And so like in very old Kabbalistic practices, they would have these medallions on them.
Hmm.
And on the medallion, you would see a hand, like a finger pointing like this, and it would then have like letters written out on it.
Yeah.
And it's tied to being able to go like change directions, or even like the idea was of you're writing out like your karmic playbook. Like you're going, okay, I'm adding some new pieces of information to my karmic playbook, which is another way of going, "Huh?" Like I'm
Okay.
changing direction.
Yeah.
Because to a certain extent, you know, it might not be the karma that we were born with, but even decisions have like a karma to it, or the environment, or like a choice, like okay, do I hang out with my friends or do I study or do I date this person or do I date that person? And in the moment it's like, oh, what do I like? What do I want? But some
Hmm.
of those might take your life in very different directions. And not that it's necessarily good or bad. It's just there's like a karma to it or a cause and effect. And so even sometimes our choices aren't always, it's not that they're good or bad. It's just like, where do I want to end up? Like, do I want
Sure.
to end up like career is my thing, family is my thing, living in this country is my thing, whatever it is. It can be like a the choice turns into like a kind of karma, you could say. Yeah.
Yeah. Could you also say the choice just sets you on a
Yeah.
path, a
Yeah. Yeah.
timeline? Yeah.
Sets you in a direction. It sends you in a,
And you can redirect.
yeah.
Okay. And
I mean, for the most part, like, it would be hard to redirect if you had, you're young and then you had three kids and you have a mortgage and, and
Mhm.
then you go like, I want to be a cowboy. Well, you're not going to get to be
Yeah.
a cowboy until at least those kids are out of the house and the mortgage pays off, and then you can go be a cowboy.
Sure.
It's like stuff like that, you know.
Yeah, yeah. And then just for me to lock it in on the environment and changing direction doesn't
Mhm.
necessarily mean you have to change where you work or where you live. It really is just how you
No,
interact
not at
with it.
all. Yeah, it's more about kind of like the like how you think and how you process, and it starts to be like the things that you attract and kind of aligned with.
Okay.
You might still might be doing the same thing, but you see it from a very different perspective. There was this movie one time of this I don't know how to call him a priest, but a priest kind of guy, like
Hmm.
he was a Jesuit. And it's I don't know if it was a true story or just a story, but it was this really great story of how he wanted to go to this region and save the Native Americans that lived there because they were savages. And he was very judgmental about it. Like he was very like, I can show him such a better way. And he was very superior in his thinking.
Uh-huh.
And he had to go with this other group of Native Americans that were going to drop him off to this land. And in the journey there, let's just say he had some struggles and trials and difficulties and things. And by the time that he got to the place, he did eventually get to the place, he was a very different person. Like he had lost that era of being so superior, and he was very humbled. And here he was doing what he set out to do, but not from that superior place, but from this humble place. And he did the thing that he said, but for completely different reasons, like
Hmm.
completely different reasons.
Hmm.
And it was more out of this like humility and just this need to serve, where before it was, I'm going to go save these people and show them a different way and a different life. And at the end, it was just about humbly serving.
Yeah.
And but if you look at it, same act.
Yep.
He did the same thing that he set out to do, but his motivation was very, very different. And so I would say that's like the way of thinking, like
Yep. Hmm.
one goes in there with like,
I'm going to teach you.
yeah, this
And
attitude. And the other one was like, I'm gonna serve God. I'm gonna serve humanity. I'm gonna serve these people, whatever it is. And he was very connected by the time he got there.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
Serving
a
up.
beautiful movie.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
Yeah, that resonates. It's like serving the ego or
yeah, yeah, yeah.
serving with love,
And so
without it.
that is that changing of direction, but
Uh-huh.
it still might be like you said. Doesn't necessarily mean I have to quit my job, and it doesn't mean I have to, change my family or, whatever. Sometimes it might mean that it's a different job or a different group of people, but a lot of
Yeah.
times it's just thinking differently in the place that you're at.
Yeah. Yeah. No, perfect. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
It's been a great day. I look forward to tomorrow. Thank you, Greg.
Good, good, good.
And go ahead, Dennis.
Hey, Dennis.
Hi there. Um, I confess a lot of this is beyond me, and that's okay.
Mhm.
I have two questions to help my unawareness. Can you discuss the difference between transmutation and transfiguration? I thought that
Yeah.
transmutation was the highest because it was changing lead into gold. And now I hear there's something more called transfiguration. Thanks.
Yeah, transmutation, the lead into gold is like if you think about it in the body, like a practical way, is your the easiest way to say it is like you're attuning with transmutation, like you're attuning to the light. And then transfiguration is the light is reorganizing the structure, is like the most boiled down way I could say, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it
You
does.
know, like when you're like in a stress state and you go, vagal toned. Like I'm shooting for vagal tone, and then you go into rest and repair mode. You're transmuting, like you're shifting the nervous system out of the stress state and you're moving it into rest and repair, and then the system starts to balance. That you're transmuting, right? And then at some point when that becomes strong enough and you have like vagal reinforcement and you have balance within the system, then the light comes in and the elements mix with it instead of it mixing with your lower emotions and the repetitive thoughts. Now it's mixing with light with consciousness, which we would call vagal anchoring. Vagal anchoring is a kind of transfiguration. It's changing the nature of the element.
Oh, that helps.
Yeah,
Okay.
kind of interesting, huh?
Yeah. Um,
But like bottom line, if you really want to boil it down, how do you feel?
um, Today I'm distracted because I'm having some feeling physically pins and needles in my foot. I'm wondering if
Oh, gotcha.
it's sciatica, and I've also been dealing with some olecranon bursa for a week. I hope it's not a bursitis, but so discerning how I actually feel uh, this week is, as I
It's
said,
hard. Yeah.
distracted.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, but conceptually, so the vagal anchoring, that's more the transfiguration
It's getting into the vein of transfiguration. Yeah.
is okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I had another question. Figure. Okay, let me go back. Yes. So my previous instruction was with uh, MCKS and
Hmm.
pranic healing, and I first learned about elementals in
Hmm.
pranic psychotherapy. And elementals were things that were mostly quote unquote bad or unhealthy stuff, such
Hmm.
as elementals for smoking or
Hmm.
gambling or addiction. So they were all things to get rid of because
Hmm.
they were not for my highest and best.
Hmm.
And sometimes when I hear you discuss elements or elementals. And now we're looking at Metatron and the angels of the elements. And I'm going, um, I'm confused about elements versus elementals. Are we all talking about the same
Yeah.
elements?
It's in the same vein. Yeah. Yeah.
Um, hmm. Can you expound a little more on that? Because as I'm trying to depict, I'm coming from a place of elements are synonymous with elementals, which are synonymous with nasty or unhealthy stuff. So, can you
Well,
expand a little more?
you're like when you're looking at it from that therapeutic point of view, you're trying to remove like the elements or elementals that are malfunctioning. They're part of a very negative pattern. So you're not getting rid of all the elements or elementals in the body. You're just trying to eradicate elementals that are associated with some sort of negative pattern. Any
Yes.
sort of pattern that you have in your body is associated with elements or elementals, good or bad.
Okay.
So when you're going after them, like you said, with like smoking or something like that,
Addiction. Okay.
you're getting rid of the negative ones associated with smoking.
But
Yeah.
leaving the healthy ones
Yeah, if you didn't
still
have
here.
elementals, you wouldn't be in a body. You would be, you would be just light up there in the ethers.
Oh, or ether.
Like
Okay.
you're in the body. So for you to have a body, there's elements or elementals involved.
Oh, okay. Okay. So elements and elementals are not to be judgmental. They're building blocks.
Right. Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So in the teaching with pranic psychotherapy, he had to narrow it down so and have a shorthand term. Okay, expanding
Right.
the range or the definition, the
Right.
possibilities. Okay, all right.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, great. I think that's as far as my brain can handle today. So
Okay.
thank you. Thank you. We'll try again tomorrow.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, Greg. Um, quick question. I had to miss a little bit because I had a household problem that needed to be tended to. The Metatron can obviously stand alone.
Yes.
You could just do that. This second one, can it stand alone or is it
Yes.
stronger because of the first one?
Metatron would make it stronger, but it also could stand on its own.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of times when I work the Angels of the Elements, I would love to say that I sit down and I create my space and I do Metatron and yeah, every once in a while I do that, but for the most part, I work one of them sitting on the couch. I usually fall asleep because it's the end of the day. I call it a day and go to bed. You know.
So, because I was kind of doing something else in the house,
Mhm.
I ended up with the wrong oil for a period, the wrong angel. Can the materialization, and it just made me think, it's no big deal. Can the materialization breath be used with any of these angels, or
Sure.
is it stronger with the one we
Um,
used it with today?
like the materialization breath is a little bit more aligned with the air element, but it could be used for any of them. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
yeah.
Someone shared, my old perceptions are getting violet washed. Another that was really helpful, that simplification. The mind is calmer and lots of light above the head flowing into
Oh,
the
nice.
body and aura.
Yeah, very nice.
This was a share from earlier. Um, I'm still in the aftermath of Metatron. I was totally out the whole lunch.
Yeah,
I think you already did this one. Explain what happens when we focus on the lotus.
yeah, yeah.
It's that transfiguration. Um, when I visualize the lotus beneath my feet, am I standing in a giant lotus with the floor of the lotus beneath my feet, or is the entire lotus, including the petals, beneath my feet?
I would do it beneath your feet, but like either version. Yeah.
When focusing on the spine, I saw several images of spiral staircases.
Oh, very nice.
I felt so grounded. Like I could feel my feet. Sometimes when we do practices, I can really just feel like, whoa.
Mhm.
And I just thought it was funny how like grounded and how much I could really just feel like my feet
Mhm.
doing the air element
Very nice.
angel. Yeah.
Yeah, as much as all the explanation is there, I would say let how you feel be the guidance here. Like, you feel good, you feel relaxed, you feel like you felt grounded.
Yeah, that was kind of my thought too.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I really loved this working with this angel. Um, Go ahead, Teresa.
Hey,
I feel like cleaning now. I thought I would throw that one in there.
Want to come over? I have
Sure, I'll be
really
right
nice
there.
house for you to really.
Yeah, very good.
Can we use the lotus in general with oils?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it feels nice.
Yeah, these practices today were really neat.
Mhm.
Really great. All right. Good
Okay,
day.
you guys. Okay, well, we will start tomorrow with the water element and the associated angel. And so we'll meet at 10 Central Time and we'll hit the ground running.